And welcome everybody to the Seattle Snooker Open. Great time in the Pacific Northwest here. It's David Burney in the booth who got a great matchup to kick open this tournament. The inaugural winner,
Actually, runner-up from last year.
Ethan Yuang, set to break off against the inaugural champion, CCU. Both donning some nice Empire Billiard swag. CC is the owner-operator of this room. Well, let's see if he can get a nice long red to start his campaign off nicely. Yeah, he's a little unfortunate there, but didn't leave anything on. You can find us on many places. We've got 2 host venues this year at the Seattle Snooker Open. Empire Billiards right here and Ox Billiards as well. That has hosted the tournament for many years, but they're diversifying here in Seattle. So if you wanted to find the action from Empire, you can check out Empire Billiards Facebook page as well as Ox Billiards on YouTube, but just take a look at the Day 1 Seattle Snooker Open 2025 Empire Billiards tag, because the Day 1 Seattle Snooker Open 2025 Ox Billiards tag will show you what's going on over at Ox Billiards. So nice red there by Cece. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to give us a buzz. The plant CC here. Always difficult when you have distance between the 2 reds. It's nice when they're welded together. Didn't sell anything out. This is Day 1 of this great championship. All round robin matches today. They are best of 3s. This group is actually a group of 6 players. Top 4 from each group will be moving on. We'll be starting the knockout phase tomorrow afternoon. Ethan's left a long red for CC. Might just delicately roll up off the brown, get behind the green. I was playing for the pot. He's left a mid-range red. Not too familiar with Ethan. But with donning the Empire swag, I'm pretty sure he's a man that's around this room quite a lot. Empire actually is in Bellevue, Washington, just outside of Seattle, but a 20 or so minute drive. So with an amateur game, sometimes you just like to get that first red in there, just at least know that you're potting and stuff like that. If I see CC, a more seasoned player, like to get in and put a substantial break to start the day. Both players struggling a little bit. There's some beautiful star tables that CC has here at Empire Billiards, draped in the Marco Fu exclusive cloth. I apologize a little bit for the delay. It's always a little hiccup sometimes. Feels like in our prep, all the technical work is laid out, and then when it gets go, it gets a little camera shy. That's given a great opportunity here for Ethan. He's definitely got to take advantage of these instances. I'm sure he's aware of the prowess of CCU, a strong player. Just like to be a little bit higher, that natural angle on the blue. And just a bit much. That black is just in his eye line a little bit. As you can see, he's got to do some awkward bridging to take this red right of the pink. Pulled up a little sooner, would have been much more favorable for this red in the top right corner. Just refusing it and playing safe, take his medicine, run and hide. Lots of great seating at both these venues too. We'll be at Empire all weekend long, but our good friends at Ox Billiards, day one and a little bit of day two early in the day. We'll try some great snooker action, so come on down. Drinks are cool on a hot August day. And admission is free to both of these great venues. Ooh, CC. Kind of co-tournament directing a little bit with Jamie Miller, so it's always tough sometimes playing in a tournament. You gotta have that great mindset of just turning off that tournament director and turning on the player headset, but a lot easier said than done. Ethan. Yeah. Is this the door that's open for CC to put a profitable break? Oh, actually, that blue CC hit into the red. I was in a 5-point foul. But it doesn't look like too much damage. It's just a slim advantage here. 6 points in it. Plenty of points on the table. He does have a nice deliberated pause in his backswing. It's almost kind of loading the bullet in the gun, pulling back the chamber slowly, and then just firing away. And both players just struggling a little to find the groove. Obviously, first frame, first match of the day, prestigious tournaments. Start making a few shots, then they'll start to feel at ease and get that rhythm that we know these players can get into. Just read there by CC. Just want to use just a trace of left side to straighten up off the side cushion. Got into it, but he does have a path for this red to go by the black, and coming down to see where he needs to be. I think that red kind of below the bunch in the middle of the table. Take that into the opposite corner pocket after this black. It's a little tough to see from our vantage point in the booth. Person that has the best view is the player at the table, so CC knew what he was doing, drawing back for this red into the same corner pocket. If you can come off the cushion for being on that bottom red that I was alluding to in the previous shot, get on that, that's going to open up some more reds. Ran a bit much. He does have that red right in the middle of the 5. Trouble obviously is where was his color going to be? He's going to cannon into that red. That just takes all the momentum out of that cue ball. So a very thin black here. It's a great shot to keep the break going. This is a tricky spot to be in. That red that's close to the right cushion that's near the top right corner pocket. You'd be needing to use the redwoods. Long rest. Able to find a path for the 2 reds off this bottom red. Look for the one in the middle. CC's only 19 and there's 75 on the table, so still anyone's first frame, best of 3 round robin match. Obviously you'd really like to get that first frame on the board, definitely in these short frame matches. Hey DT, thanks for tuning in all the way from Las Vegas. And good morning to you as well, Vineet Dasani. And hopefully someday soon, Vineet, we can get your youngster, Rianne, down and playing in this great tournament. It's a great long pot there by CC. They are getting more and more great opportunities for people to excel in cue sports. We see snooker predominantly popular in Britain. Still is pretty British centric, but things are changing. It is getting quite global recognition. We have an active chat, so if you do have any comments or questions, fire them our way. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad you're here of day 1 of the Seattle Snooker Open 2025. We're looking at the champion of the first tournament when it was run back in 2022. CC was able to take out Varun Junaje in the final, and then it was opposite the next year in 2023, where Varun took out CC in the final. Last, Big Andy McCluskey all the way from Sacramento, who's playing over at Ox today. He's the defending champion, so there hasn't been a back-to-back champion yet in this tournament. Is this the year when we see it? Shot after this black to develop a red to keep the break going. Could have a nice little path. Sure if this pink hampers. As we've had a referee spotting the balls, might want to take a good look at this. This is close for pink and red. Black will put CC in the snooker's required stage. Just double into the left middle with this red. So CC with a 47-point advantage, 43 on. Ethan's not out of it just yet. Just needs the one snooker. Always a potential free ball as well can come into play. That black is definitely imperative for Ethan, so at least it's out. If he goes for pink, he's going to need two snookers. That's a concession there. So CCU takes that first frame by a scoreline of 58-12. It's a best of three. So we'll be right back with frame two action, everyone. And welcome back, everybody, to day one of the Seattle Snooker Open of 2025. CCU set to break off in frame two. Victorious in the first frame. Like to get this frame done and dusted and get that first match to the good on the board. But Ethan's going to do his best to fight back into this, try and push us into a decider. A few times I thought in that first frame that Ethan stuttered a little bit. Maybe first match jitters. There were some opportunities that he could have put CC in his chair for a bit longer than he did. CC tempted with this long red down the right side of the table. It's difficult. The reward is there with the black open to the top left corner. Just be able to play up for that red, the 4 just above the black and to the right, the top of that red near the pink. Oh, he had an angle to try and break open the reds. Not that black, but unfortunately the black didn't go down. Push the pink up to the middle of the table, so red that he's close to, middle of the table. Obviously those two kind of tied together. The lower of the two looks like it does pass into the top left corner. The problem is just where is his color ball afterwards? So electing to take a red into the left middle. There's a gap between the pink and blue, or that red into the right middle. Looks like CC's really eyeing it up, so he has the best vantage point out of all of us. Fantastic. Great pot. Unfortunately, he can pass this red and get the angle on the blue into the yellow pocket. It's a mid-range shot, so that's got some distance, some challenge. CC's looking to try and play this double into the left middle. If it goes in, he's in great position. If it doesn't, left a red for his opponent, but just been great weight there for CC on the cue ball. So that red is hampering the potting angle for that left red, just the black spot in the open. He has an incredibly dangerous thin cut on that red, just kind of where his bridge hand is not. So probably just going to play safe on this red. A little shot to nothing. Take this red into the green pocket. Give it good pace. Sometimes you want to gently roll it in. Obviously, the slower the shot you take, more chance that the pocket will swallow it up. But if you're just off by a bit, you'll leave that object ball right into the jaws of the pocket. And that could spell disaster. If you want to check up any results The tournament is up on the challenge site. That's challenge.com/SSO25 Empire Ox. That's challenge.com SSO25 Empire Ox. And that's where you'll find the challenge site with all the updated results of this great tournament. Right now, our featured match. CC is up a frame, just needs one more to achieve match victory. Got a slim advantage here. CC's got a little opportunity here. So red does go in left middle. It's a little tricky. Well, he's given Ethan quite an opportunity here. There's reds, there's high value colors. Be very excited, but just not a bad idea. Just take a little lap around, just calm those nerves. Take it one step at a time. Oh, could you believe it? Oh, what an opportunity Ethan had really to put CC in his seat for a while. This is the difference between an average player and a really good player. That horrendous miss there by Ethan. CC should be able to punish him severely. Now you might be asking, why did he take that? There was a red that was just over a pocket. Sometimes in the snooker mind, you want to take a shot that's a little bit more difficult. Obviously, a shot that you make. Just so you know, you have in your back pocket after your color ball a relatively easy red, as we can see that red just hanging on the cliffs of the yellow pocket. Nice angle to come down and be on that red that's just right beside the cluster 4 in the middle of the table. For that red by the black. Bad idea, but just has left it a little high, a little bit of difficulty. But not for CCU. As he does, he's always got that saving grace just in case he goes out of position on a color ball. That red just sitting over the yellow pocket. Ooh. He's trying a little extra with that. Ethan looking to clear up that relatively easy that he did not cannon into any red or any colored ball after that red went into the yellow pocket. Just slid down and just is in kind of nowheresville. Wow, that's a great recovery on a long blue by Ethan. A little awkward bridging though. Gonna have to put his bridge hand onto the cushion. Always nice to put your hand flat on the bed of the table. He's definitely got his long potting boots on today. This will definitely make him feel good. Saying earlier, he's got to capitalize on those mistakes. And CC did make one on that last black. But he's just broken down on the brown. Yeah, he really needed to stay at the table, let CC sit and stew his chair over that black. So now it's CC's turn to put his opponent down in his chair and just accumulate a good amount of points. Definitely has potential. Love to get the black back on its spot. Just look a little relatively straight on this. I don't know if he can develop that black. There was a bit of an angle. Able to get back up and be on the right side of the blue. I'm going to to the right side of the blue. As you can see where CC is, the natural angle of hitting this blue into the right middle will take him down to the business end of the table where all the reds are. Very nice red there by CC. Good recovery. I think possibly both yellow and green are blocking their pockets for this red that's just above the blue. Ooh, that's just enough to go. See, needing yet another good red to keep the break going. The right-hander, this red isn't, or this brown, I should say, isn't as bad as it would have been if he was a left-hander. Seeing what CCU can do. Car's warmed up and it's ready to go for a ride. Ooh, the curse of the commentator sometimes comes and bites them. On a 33-point advantage and 59 on the table. Ethan's definitely not out of it. Looks like Kevin Kuei has won 2-0 over Redwan Chowdhury. Kevin Kuei could be a dark horse. He's definitely quite a player here in the Pacific Northwest area. All the results. Check out the challenge site. It's challenge.com/SSO25 Empire Ox. Just a little too high. Oh, is that a touching ball? I don't think so. Great to hear your support, Stephen Wong, chiming in. Wishing everyone good luck. That's what we like to hear. Any well wishes to either of the opponent players, whoever you're cheering for, whether it be CCU or Ethan Huang. So feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a global game. It reaches all corners of the earth. It's amazing being down in Brazil a few years back and hearing that they have over 500,000 tables. Now they play on the 5x10s predominantly, but that's certainly a lot of tables down there in that beautiful country. Stephen Wong down at NBC Billiards will be running the Embassy Open once again. I believe running from November 16th to 20th. So, Stephen, if you have any information about that tournament, how people want to register, feel free to put it up in the chat. Right now, it's day one of the Seattle Snooker Open. CC. Happy. CC would be happy just to chip away some reds. Obviously, that black in a very safe position over there. It's tight along that top cushion, which makes the pot definitely difficult. Yeah, that was a decent effort there by Ethan. It's a tough, long pot. He's opened the door for CC. Red into the left middle. Just going to roll it up for a bulk color. A nice blue. Is just a little bit with a stun just below center ball, just to come off the cushion and drop them nicely plumb onto the red into the opposite middle. Almost needed to draw, but he does have this red into the top left corner. This CC's frame ball right here. Oh, just and pull the trigger on that one. Well, he needs a color here. Right now, as it stands, he's trailing by 37. Well, he could have the snooker here. So he would have loved that pink to go in, but had a bit of a result. Should be an easy hit for CC, though. No, it's not. I believe in this tournament they are playing. I think it might be 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. I'll definitely clarify that with our tournament director when we get a chance. As when they're on the colors, when it's more than 2 snookers needed, then it's a concession. That's when they're on the colors. Do remember, it can get a little dicey sometimes when you get down to the blue, because that adds an extra point. Mostly when all the colors are on. Owls can be at minimum 4. But when you just have the blue, pink, and black left, there's a minimum of 5-point foul. So 32 in it, 35 on. Oh, great cut there by CC. I think that might, and he's going to develop that black. Oh my goodness. He's having a good laugh to himself there. He got a bit of good luck there. That was a tremendous red. Nice cut, and just was fortunate to have a beautiful kiss on the black to put it plumb here. It should be the automatic concession there. Ethan will be coming back. Looks like he is. Yeah, he's got one snooker, but let's see exactly what's going on. Maybe there's a handshake off screen. Just Ethan has been aware of what's going on with the concession ruling. Yes, there we go. That is the concession there. Not sure what Ethan was doing. There's a green there, but maybe he was. I'll just. So CCU takes that initial frame by a scoreline of 2 frames to none over Ethan Huang. Some great American players coming up on deck. We got Alex Newstead taking on Kevin Kuei. That is going to be a great one. So this is your cue, everyone. Go grab a nice cup of coffee, and we'll be right back with some great action here from Empire Billiards. It's the Seattle Snooker Open Championship of 2025. David Burney's in the booth, and I'll be right back to guide you through another great match. Hello again, David Burney in the booth, as both players have now come to the table. Alex there, just going to get a little practice in before we get started, so just a heads up, we're about 5 minutes away from our featured match here on the TV table at Empire Billiards. It's the Seattle Snooker Open 2025. You can find this stream on Facebook, on Empire Billiards Facebook page, or you can head on over to YouTube and search out Ox Billiards. They've got two streams going over under Ox Billiards' handle on YouTube. There's the one that has the subtitle Ox Billiards. You can see what's happening over there in Seattle. And if you click on the Empire Billiards one, you'll be right here with me at Empire in Bellevue. And once these guys get warmed up, we'll get into another great round robin match. So just a heads up, get that cool drink, and we'll see you shortly, everyone. All right, everybody. Both players, Kevin Kuei, getting the rack ready to go. All those reds piled into a nice triangle to set up this first frame between him and Alex Newstead. Two great competitors here. Really always impressed to see both of these players. So this one could go the distance. These two are in a group of four, or a group of five, I should say. Four players do get out into the next phase. So it's a best of three. It's like Alex has won the toss and has elected to break off here in frame one. Hopefully there's a little bit of grace on sometimes. We have our good friend Charlie Brown. Hopefully we'll get him up on the TV table. I know he's got a match against Prathamesh Sant. That should be a mouth-watering affair. Charlie heading down, plays pretty much in any snooker tournament he can get his hands on. Got a little hiccup getting to the venue. Got a little bit of rush hour traffic here on a Friday, on a mid-August day. Hopefully our great tournament director will give a little grace to Charlie as he might be arriving just a little bit late to his tournament, or his match, I should say, in this tournament. Alex is always a little upright. You notice a lot of the snooker players really get down and have that cue just going through the cleft of the chin. Actually, that black is just a little too thin for his liking. Loses a lot of control of the cue ball. Fortunately, there's a red up in the bulk area, so a relatively easy safety shot for Alex is a bit more difficult. There's a red on to the green pocket for Kevin. I think with being a summertime event here at the Seattle Snooker Open, they've kind of relaxed a little bit of the dress code. It's a nice little split there for Alex. Brown was a little bit more difficult than the blue. But with the brown, I was going to put him on nicely on that red. Unfortunately, he's just run a little bit long to be around the right side. The blue does have the black. A little tricky, little funny little stance he's got there. A nice little 27 break here, and hopefully building for Alex. We're just dealing with a little hiccup. Sometimes it's tough, obviously, having multiple venues for tournaments. Sometimes things can get a little mixed up. See, oh, he just wiggles that blue in nicely. And a bit tricky as well, as in the past year that Empire has had to move. I alluded to in our previous match that CC needed to get out of his old building and into a new spot. It's a great looking spot. Alex is certainly enjoying the tables. As much as there's a lot of area in North America, it is definitely tricky to find large rooms that have a plethora of snooker tables. Certainly is nice to see in the Seattle area that there's a couple with 4 great tables. Obviously, Northern California, something's going on there in that region. There's a few rooms that have 8 tables. Where we were for the American Masters back in March, they had 10 tables. And at the end of this month, leading into September, we'll be at the Pan American Championships in Sacramento at the Iranian Snooker Club. And that has 8 beautiful star tables. Great stuff here by Alex. This is his first match of the day, so he's not seen any first frame jitters. Just take his medicine, get behind the brown here. He's giving his best for the green. Oh, that one from bad to worse. It was just a great opportunity here for Kevin. It's in the good part of the table. Just needs to nicely cut it down to a 6x6 table, but just maybe a little cold. Has had a match already. Oh, that's okay. Tricky yellow. Let's come off the cushion a little bit. Nice to see Ray Feng tuned in. And maybe we'll see you, Ray, down at the Pan Americans. It's great to see you. Your face in the billiard room. Always tough. Sometimes you just want to find that area on that object ball just to clip off. Sometimes the thought of the in-off doesn't even come into your mind, but you got to be aware of that. When you are playing a safety, you do want to make sure of your path after you hit the object ball to get back into the bulk area. Ooh, Kevin. For a player of his caliber, I thought that red was... It had some distance to travel, but that was relatively easy for the youngster. Just held up just enough. He definitely had to swing around on that blue. That's the potting angle for this red out in the open. I know it's early. It's only the second match, but keep your eye on Alex here. Black is his frame ball. So Kevin does need a couple of snookers. Nicely played there. Always good to get some reds down to the bulk area. Makes it very tough for Kevin to score heavily because he wants to take reds with blacks. Alex might be able to just get deep on his cue ball, drive a deep screw into this red by the green and draw back to pretty much where his cue ball is right now. Hey, Buck Moose, thanks for tuning in. Got a new handle, it looks like Slow Push Tony. And right now we are doing multiple rooms and multiple streams. I guess we're just not on Twitch just yet. It's day one. We'll see what we can do. Christian Younger's our great streaming producer. We'll probably take a look at that and see what happens with Twitch, and we'll definitely let you know if we can be on that handle as well. But glad that you're here on YouTube. And Alex Newstead takes that first frame, 64-6. Really great stuff there by Alex. Really enjoyed watching him play there. But we'll see if Kevin Kuei can rebound and put us into a cider. He'll first have to take the second frame and avoid a whitewash. And we'll be right back with that second frame action. We're back here at the Seattle Snooker Open 2025, live at Empire Billiards. It's Kevin Kuei taking on Alex Newstead. Alex had a great first frame. Buck Moose, Marco Fu, not physically in the house, shall we say, but these lovely tables here at Empire and at Ox, because there's two clubs that are participating and running this tournament. These tables are all draped with the Marco Fu exclusive cloth. Players are really enjoying it. Really rolls true. Alex is taking off where he left off in that first frame. Just down to business and potting them in with authority. So the commentator comes again. Yeah, there's a nap on these. Obviously, with all snooker tables, they always have a nap. Unlike our friends in the 8-ball and 9-ball circuit, not really a nap on those cloths. Or there's a nap on the Chinese 8-ball, that hay ball that it's being called. That's a cue sport that is really gaining a lot of tread of lately. Kevin just got to be mindful of cueing over that other red. Doesn't want to hit it with shirts as all fouls are enforced. Foul and miss. It is 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. Buck Moose, I'm not too sure exactly who makes the Marco Fu exclusive cloth. Feel free to do some crack journalism, and if you're online, maybe you can find out who the manufacturer is. Obviously, Marco has some say in it. Obviously, he's going to put his name on it, so. So let's just slide back by that red, not really cannon into it. He has given him an opportunity right into the right middle, but it's got to be so precise. Get that cut just a bit difficult. And I don't think he's got the cover with the brown for this red into the left middle. Small little advantage for Kevin. 8 points in this second frame. Ooh. This is certainly nice cloth, that's for sure. All the players are enjoying it. Great conditions here. Nice and cool in the room, too. It's August, so it can get hot in the Pacific Northwest. Unfortunately, Buck Moose, I have not played any shots on it. So we might be able to get a player or two possibly into the commentating booth this weekend. If we are, we'll definitely have to remember that great question and see how they feel. I think there's nothing like the Strawn number 10. It's just top notch, the best of the best. The problem with it is it does wear down pretty quickly. So that's why you see the pros using it, and the tournaments, once the tournament is done, then they get rid of the cloth. So it's tough to convince a room owner to put Strawn 10 because they might be changing the cloth a lot more, and that could be quite a costly venture. But some of these room owners are taking up a bit more mechanics. So if they do that, it might just be the price of the cloth. All good questions out there, Buck Moose. Always enjoying you tuning in. Hope that you're enjoying the snooker action. round robin match. Group C between Alex Newstead and Kevin Kuei. Kevin actually was victorious in his first match of the day, and this is Alex's first. And right now, Alex has looked the stronger the player. Really came out guns blazing in that first frame. Won it quite commandingly. As the great Stephen Hendry said once, he was in a match in, I think, 2012 at the World Championships, and he had Snooker's greatest feat. He had a maximum, a 147 in one of the frames, but he was disgusted because he didn't win the match. A lot of us would be thrilled to get a 147, but at that point, Stephen was more important on winning the match. Just rolled a bit much there for Kevin. That could have been disastrous for Alex, as it was very close to snuggling behind the green. A little roll at the end for that red. Now we think sometimes all tables are 6 feet by 12 feet, all have 6 pockets, all have napped cloth. I think they'll all run the same, but all rooms are different. Sometimes the conditions are different. The weather can be a factor. So the great player adapts to the table they're on and plays that way. You're not going to get too far if you're always complaining about the conditions. So your opponent has to play on it as well. Looks like CC's got another victory. He's defeated Simon Wong by scoring at 2 frames to nothing. Right now, Alex Newstead has a 1-frame advantage in this best of 3 round robin match. Kevin Kuei's got a 24-8 advantage in the second frame. But lots of reds on the table. Blue now is the only one that's really in a safety spot. See black covered going into the top right with that red, but wide open for the top left corner pocket. Apologize for that, Buck Moose. I will definitely look into that for silencing some Facebook notification. Yeah, Buck Moose with the two rooms that we're involving. There's just communication back and forth. So unfortunately, Facebook messaging does. We need to use that. So hopefully, I can tone down the notifications and the beeping doesn't go off. So we don't want to disturb your entertainment. To see if he has a little bit of an angle on this red in the right middle to go up table for a bulk or even maybe blue. To force himself up there, so it looks like that red is close to the left middle, but I think it's a couple inches out. Definitely not available for Alex here. Taking the long red into the top left corner. And cut here. He's going to have to use a little bit of pace because he's not electing to take it on. Just going to play safe. Well done. I was going to say if he was going to take that cut on, obviously the slower pace gives the pocket all the chance to gobble it up. But if he was to miss, he would just be sitting in the jaws. So elected just to play the safe shot. Oh, this long red there by Kevin has given Alex a shot. This red in the middle near the pink spot does go into the left middle. Have a similar angle cut on the pink into the opposite middle. Great red and was nicely on that pink and just couldn't make it happen. Hey, Pat, thanks for your comments there. I will get in touch with our streaming producer Great Christian Youngers. Okay, that's good to know as well, Buck Moose. At times it looks like it's, speeding up and slowing down. Yeah, this is the first time that we've been in Empire Billiards and setting up a stream. It seems like it's always the case that when you go through your testing, everything works fine. But then when you're actually at the event, it seems like sometimes things just don't operate as they should, as we had a little hiccup with our little Discord software this morning. This is looking promising for Kevin Kuei to take the second frame. Thanks for the nice comments, Pat. And yeah, if the picture doesn't look so great, or if we're not sounding that wonderful, definitely do let us know. That's what part of what the chat is up there for. Also, the more important thing is to cheer on your favorite player. So if you have any questions, or do let us know where you're tuning in from as well. Wow, what a nice long red that was by Alex. Très bien, as they say in Quebec in Canada. Sort of liked a little bit more pace on that shot just to knock out that red, so let's double that in. He hasn't left an easy starter here for Kevin. Risky shot there by Kevin. Very risky. He's left a relatively easy red. Poor Alex, but definitely that red that he's queuing over. Like to get on a colored ball after this red to develop it. I think he's just come just a bit too far for the yellow. True, it's certainly true. The field is improving more and more. There's really a buzz out there for Q Sports. Seems like more and more clubs are opening, more and more people are getting involved. Always a tough one. Can't play it at pace or it's going to squiggle out quite easily. So just got to be delicate. Part just hit the bad part of the horn and has gifted Kevin a good opportunity. Only 6 points in it, and we're going to get into the colors, so it's anyone's frame here. Oh, Kevin danced a little with danger there. That almost went in off. A cannon into the brown, that's for sure. That deadened the pace. A thin cut. Not a gimme there for Alex. This blue is going to be pretty important. There's 9 points there with the bulk colors. That would put Kevin up by 16. He'd love to be up by 16 with that blue, but with the blue, pink, and black and 18 points, opponent still has an opportunity to steal the frame and a nice yellow, but just tight to the right cushion. That bridge hand tough. Nice little angle to. He's got to angle the brown to stun up to the blue. This is the match that we were wanted to see. Looked like at the beginning, Alex was going to run away with things. 20 points in it and 13 on. Are in the snookers required. Kevin only needs a couple, or Alex, I should say. That's a concession there by Alex. So Kevin Kuei takes this second frame by a scoreline of 51-30 over Alex Newstead. We're going to step aside and we'll be right back for an exciting deciding match or deciding frame between these two to decide the match. See you soon, everyone. Welcome back to this round robin match between Alex Newstead and Kevin Kuei. Kevin Kuei's already won one match today. Alex looking for his first match win. If you're looking for any results in this tournament, head over to the challenge site. That's challenge.com/SSO25 Empire Ox. Glad that you're joining the stream here on Empire Billiards page or on Ox Billiards. I apologize for those little notifications going off. Try and silence those at the conclusion of this match so they don't go off in the next match. But I've just been in contact as Christian Youngers is not on site. He is streaming, producing out there in Virginia. So he is going to be looking into that speeding up, slowing down that some of our viewers are alluding to. So have patience. Hopefully he can take a look and see what the issue is. Yeah, we might see a few reds go up table now. Obviously, that red just by the green ball, the elementary safe shot of just clipping off a red and running into the Balkan hide is kind of out of the question. I don't think he intended to open up the reds like that, but he has. But unfortunate for him, he has not left anything relatively easy for Kevin. Yeah, that kind of little motion. I'm not sure. We'll have to hope we can figure that out because I thought that right at first it was going to roll down in a great position, but then with our cameras it looked like it was slowing down a bit, but it's kind of now, as I first noticed, it's going to be in prime position for Alex to make a relatively easy red to start things. Let's see what he can make of this opportunity. See a nice shot just to slowly roll in the blue and have that red atop everything into the top left, but and if he could be straight on into the top right, it would be much better to roll it to be onto the black. Because trying to do either kind of just develop some more reds. Let's have a red, that actual red, but now it's going into the left middle. Our streaming producer, Christian Youngers, has just made a few tweaks, everybody, just to see if that slowly and speeding up kind of thing is going on. So hopefully that problem gets rectified. It doesn't disturb your viewing pleasure too much. I did have an idea and have an angle to be on that black to the same pocket. But you have to hit it with some pace, and that makes the pocket that much more difficult. Have to be pinpoint precise. Looking Kevin. Counterattack on that blunder by Alex. Oh, he knew it as soon as he came through. We just got up a little too quick. Just get up quick. You just something happened in the mechanics. The great Steve Davis once used to practice. He'd be hitting the cue ball off the brown spot and running it down table over the blue, pink, and black, coming back to hit his cue stick. And I believe he'd have a gentleman putting the cue on top of his head so he would not lift it. And, well, Steve won about 6 world championships, so not a bad practice routine. Use consistency. Keep that same pre-shot routine. Whether you have 2 feathers or 100 feathers, make it your own. Be consistent every time. Nice little plant there by Alex. Always a little tricky when you have space. And those red balls are welded together. That is that much easier. Cannon's put him in a tough spot. Very thin red. The top right corner. Enough for him. Cue ball will bounce up table. Struck at just enough pace that it didn't waggle in the jaws and sit there. It kind of just shot out a little bit. Now that cue ball, or I should say the red ball, looks tight to the cushion. So if it is stuck, that cushion, the idea obviously is to take your cue ball and hit that object ball and cushion at the exact same time, because then that object ball will hug along the cushion until it finds the bottom of the pocket. What Kevin has done there is just kind of there's better places to be than there, that's for sure. Oh, trying to play safe on the yellow, and he goes in off. And in snooker, you do have the opportunity. After a foul, you can take a shot, or you can put your opponent back in. Obviously, Alex not seeing any real advantage. Has it run enough? I don't think it has. I think there's an opportunity for Alex to get by this brown for this red that's just a few inches away from the top left corner. Yeah, he's kind of in the middle there. Blue easier shot, but it's going to take him into bulk. Have to come off some cushions to come back down to the reds. Just maybe was thinking about the reds and totally forgot about potting the blue. We're just having a real good look here. Does this cue ball pass that pink to the potting angle for that red out in the open on the right side? Doesn't look like it. A lot of balls going all the way because he can put them back. Determined it's 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. That's where a little bit of the honor system is. Not really expecting him to miss that, but it is a thin cut. He's got to worry a little bit about the in-off as well into the top right corner. So this has gone in off. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Kevin was expecting that to happen. Yeah, this great game of snooker. You don't mind losing to a better opponent sometimes, but when you gift them points like Kevin has done on the past few shots, just hurts. Yeah, there's smooth running cloth, that's for sure. Kevin wanted that cue ball to stay on the other side of the bulk line. Still got a little bit of that kind of video stuttering. $42-3 in this deciding frame. It's a round robin match between Alex Newstead and Kevin Kuei. The 2025 Seattle Snooker Open Championship. We're in 2 venues this year. We're live here at Empire Billiards, but definitely take a look at Ox Billiards YouTube page. They got 2 channels going. Got the Empire stream here, as well as Empire's on Facebook, but also they're streaming over at Ox. They don't have the commentary going, but they've got some great matches over there with some live scoring. Mike Dominguez and crew doing a great job over there. Very nice red there with the rest. Held nicely, good angle on the pink. Naturally can just run through ever so gently beyond that red. It's just to the left of the black. This looks like a pretty good opportunity. This does have some troubled reds, so he's got an angle and he can be high on the black. The natural angle would take him down. Those reds on the top cushion. But unfortunately, he's a little low. Pink is a possibility. With some draw to come down. Yeah, he's snookered himself on that maybe possible red. Perhaps he doesn't, or can he get by the pink for that red on the left side? And try to force the issue. Has a 54 advantage and there's 59 on the table. Having a little issue there with the rest there. Doesn't want to knock himself in the eye. Looking at the scoreboard. Nobody's down 54 and 59, so, doesn't need to take the black. He could roll through this red a little bit just to be on a natural angle on this blue, although that is a tough cut for the blue into the right middle. Might have a snooker there. On that red in the open. Does the green cover it? I think it's actually an open path. No. I think there's a chance to pot it as well. Hopefully we've done a little bit of work trying to rectify the big hiccups of the speed up, slow down. Might just be a few clips here and there. See, Kevin is hoping for a few hiccups with Alex to get back into this frame and take it to steal away this deciding frame and the match. It's quite a commanding lead by Alex. But the reds are around the black, so Kevin does know his way around a snooker table. So anything is possible. As Yogi Berra said, it ain't over till it's over. We always know snooker is not a marathon. Slow and steady can win the race, so it's good. Just get a few points, then run and hide. Is here for Alex. Will he bait Kevin's ego? Force him in? Does he try and take on this long red? Certainly is tough. That red definitely seals the deal. That was his frame ball there. Point advantage right now. Angle on the green. Come back down. Get on another red. Oh, that's a beautiful little cannon into that red to hold nicely for the other red. So, this looks like handshakes will be coming up. Alex Newstead to take this frame, and looks like he has. Just can't see from my vantage point if there are handshakes all around. I'm pretty sure Kevin would have been coming back to the table. So Alex Newstead takes that match by a scoreline of 2 frames to 1. We are going to step aside for about 15 minutes. Our next scheduled match will be at 1 p.m. West Coast time. That's Pacific Standard Time. That's 1 p.m. out here on the West Coast. That's what we're doing here. The Seattle Snooker Open. A couple great sponsors there, Marco Fu Exclusive Cloth and the Washington Snooker League, and Empire Billiards and Ox Billiards. Those are our 2 host venues. So this is your key to maybe grab a bite to eat or a cool drink, and we'll try and fix up those little glitchy problems on the video, and I'll try and mute those Facebook Messenger updates so it doesn't ding in your ears. So stay tuned, everybody, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Take care. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open. Boy, do we have a beauty right now. Prathamesh Sawant breaking off frame one, taking on the lone Canadian in this tournament, Charlie Brown. We got a nice cool drink on this hot August day. We are live on YouTube on Ox Billiards page. There's two channels there. They've got the stream over at Ox Billiards. Scorekeeping, no commentary, but over here at Empire, you have David Burney with you in the booth. Charlie Brown with a long red to start things off. Very nicely done. As well, you can check out all the results at the Challenge site. That's challenge.com/SSO25 Empire Ox. Charlie was a little late getting to his first match today. It was docked to frame, but rebounded nicely to win two in a row to defeat Chris Lamb. One's kind of a toss-up. Both players definitely have the ability to hoist the trophy on Sunday evening. As I say that, Charlie breaks down. But with these groups, there's 22 players in total in the tournament, breaks into four groups, 2 of 6, 2 of 5, and the top 4 players will move on to the knockout phase that will be starting tomorrow afternoon. Some great Canadian news. Not sure how many people are watching the Saudi Masters right now, so plug your ears if you don't want to be spoiled. I'm giving you the warning. But our good friend Sahil Nair, donning the maple leaf over on the pro circuit, has won his first match. Great to see for that youngster. Achieved his dream of being a pro back in October in St. Lambert, Quebec, when we had the Pan American Championships. The winner of the open side gets a 2-year card, which Sahil grabbed. We will see probably in early September who will join him next year, as that great tournament will be held down in Sacramento, California. I will be there, and I hope you'll be there too. They're tuning in on the stream, being down there live in the room. Should be lots of fun. And before that Open Championship, they do have the senior side, and the winner of the seniors gets a chance to play at the Crucibles Theater at the World Seniors Championship. So great stuff to see here in North and South America, throughout the Americas, that a lot more snooker players are getting that chance to achieve that dream of becoming a professional. So many years ago, it was tough that you'd have to travel all the way over to England on your own dime, play in a tournament. There was no prize money in the tournament. Basically, you just earn your card, and then when you're on the circuit, then you got to start to make some money as well. So luckily, our good friends over at the professional side have brought forth, I think there is a 2,000 or 20,000 pound minimum that they give the players. So at least they can focus a lot of their energy. They don't have to decide whether work their daytime job or play snooker. And if you like live snooker, we're glad that you're tuning in for us here. This is an amateur event, but if you liked watching the pro scene, WST Play is a game changer. Definitely for us in North America and South America. Sorry to our friends down there. But with the time change, a lot of those events in snooker are over in Britain. And definitely for us on the West Coast, when they're in their prime time, 7 o'clock, it's right around 11 a.m. lunchtime for us. So with WST Play, they have an on-demand function. So you don't have to watch it live. You can come back from your day at work over here on the West Coast and maybe tune in to see if Sahil Nair can win his next match. I believe he takes on Jordan Brown. But right now we've got the Canadian Charlie Brown at the table, taking on Prathamesh Sawant. And the round-robin affair, best of 3. Really got in first, scored a little 6. But now some of these reds are kind of opening up. I think the first person to get in could A hefty advantage. We do appreciate all you tuning in on the chat. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know. We had a little hiccups with our video. Do let us know how it's looking. We'll try and rectify the problems myself if I'm sounding a little off. If there's any stutters or anything like that, I'm not doing it on purpose. Trying to give you a nice, clear, great broadcast. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Love to hear where we're reaching on our broadcasts. And chime in your support. Kind of look at a little quasi-border battle right here with Prathamish making residence in the US of A and Charlie, Canadian through and through, making his home in Whistler. Hopefully his fan club is tuning in. I was just waiting for, as you can see, there's a player at the top of your screen. These tables do take up a lot of room, so sometimes there's a little bit of etiquette. Funny the conversations that you have with players in the room sometimes, and definitely on the stream that we've had as well. It's never really like there's book of rules, but there's never books of etiquette. So any coaches out there, they make sure you're teaching your players the unwritten rules, shall we say, of not bouncing around in a player's shot, being still, spotting their color balls when they go down, keeping account of the score. Snooker is a game of tradition. That's why we enjoy it so much. John has a chance to put him back. Obviously, I believe there is, a red fully on. I doubt Prathamish would win it, miss it a second time, so I think that's why Charlie's taking a good long look at this. He's got a red, just where can he go after this? Having a glance, the pink doesn't go. Well, he's going to have to navigate through the bulk colors after this blue to come back down to the business end of the table. Is a nice spread. So if you can get a couple good shots, get that black on its spot, definitely will be in the driver's seat. No, he's not electing the blue, not taking a chance. Maybe just really maybe got a phone call maybe last night from his fellow friend and fellow Canadian, Cliff Thorburn, the grinder as he's known. Definitely, he would just grind down his opponents. I was talking with Cliff. He always knew what the right shot was when he came to the table. He knew the one shot. He was just always curious about what other shots maybe are out there. Oh, this could be trouble. That safety's gone wrong there for Prathamesh. We know snooker obviously isn't as quick as the 100-meter sprint sport. It's kind of a slow burn. Sometimes some people think maybe, well, is a shot clock something that they put in, as they do have that in the shootout tournament. But the advantage a shootout have is it's only one table. Could you imagine there's 4 tables here in the room, and if they had a shot clock and it starts to ding as you're getting in danger of having a shot clock violation, how do you know it's your table or some other table? Dave Hendon made a great point on his Snooker Scene podcast. I was just waiting for, as you can see on the right side of your screen, a player at the table. He's been around the game for quite a while, so can respect that this player just, might be in the groove. Usually when it happens, when you're waiting for a player to take the shot and they allow the next player. High level of momentum in the game of snooker. A referee's just coming in, and it looks like the black ball. That happens when a colored ball potted and its spot is covered. It comes up to the highest point value, and in this case, the pink will go on the black. Sure who our referee in the room is. He's doing a great job cleaning the tables as well here at Empire. So he's just a little concerned there, but a lot of us are learning. Definitely in America, there's a growth in the game, and everyone's learning as we go along. Canada, we're seeing a nice rebirth of it. Oh, that's going to send him back to his chair a little fuming. Not happy with that. Just heard that Charlie Brown has the high run of the tournament so far at 51. I'm pretty sure that will definitely be eclipsed by the weekend end. A good chance for Prathamesh after that. So this is the first big tournament for this youngster helping out. Obviously, he'll soon figure out that to be an effective referee, you need those great white gloves. A little bit of oil from your hands can come off of the ball and just create a disaster. But it's great that he stepped up and learning as he was kind of pointing at the pink spot, just confirming with the players that that's where the black would go. Pratham's just mindful of these two reds. Back in 2016, the Whistler Cup in Montreal, Charlie Brown was in a match and he was down on a shot, just kind of like Prathamesh, and then he all of a sudden got up and back to his chair, and everyone in the room was pretty much dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened, and Charlie said, "Foul 4." A piece of his shirt had hit a ball, and that is a penalty. And it's great for him to admit those mistakes. There's a real honor about the game. See, as you can see, they're not too concerned about the oils from the fingers, as most of the time they don't have referees, and usually it's up to the opponent to spot the balls. Now, we wish Prathamesh the best, but he definitely is a nice color man. I've enjoyed my time when Prathamesh has come into the booth. Using those long rests for Prathamesh just posed a little bit of difficulty, and that red didn't find the bottom of the pocket. Ooh. Certainly just frozen after that shot. Definitely thought that red was going down. Ooh, Prathamesh. He knows he's got to take advantage. Not sure if he's ever played Charlie. Must have, as both these players definitely usually get deep into tournaments. Cannon off those reds to hold for the blue. Just got to cue over that red that's a bit tricky. As you can see, that awkward bridging that Charlie has. Charlie will be down at the Pan Am Championships later this month. Not sure if Prathamesh is down there. I haven't seen his name on the sign-up board just yet. Good fun in the capital of California, Sacramento. Once again, Charlie just waiting for, as you can see, the player on the right of your screen. The worst miss. Prathamesh just coming to inspect to see if it's touching ball, and in this to notify your opponent and point out if it is in fact touching ball. Well, free ball situations, when those happen, obviously, when there's no referee, just get your opponent's attention. Just so if they're looking away and then all of a sudden you're shooting away and they didn't realize it was a touching ball, they might call a foul, and then a disagreement comes about, and then it's a battle of he said, he said. And when you're shooting a color, and when there are colors that are close together, always good to state which color ball you're going for. Nicely struck there by Prathamesh. Always a little easier when you have shorter distance between cue ball and object ball, as much as that red ball had to travel over 6 feet to find the bottom of the pocket. It's just a bit easier as opposed to the other way around, when the white ball would have had to travel over 6 feet and hit the red. And nice red with the rest. Unfortunately, this next color is going to require some great cueing here. Good afternoon to our good friend, the reigning U.S. national champion, Renat Danka. Hope you're doing well in Chicago. Some unfortunate news from Chicago. If any baseball fans are out there, the passing of the great Ryan Sandberg happened just over a week or so ago. Hopefully, Rhino's having some good fun in the baseball field in the sky. But Renat's alive and well, and probably are you going to be making it out to the Pan Am Championships, Renat? Love to see you out there at it. Still another mid-range shot. These are getting tricky. So that red left of the brown. They could maybe come off the cushion, so he wasn't making it easy for himself, but he's now grabbed a 29-25 advantage in this first frame. It's not just me, Renat. There's a great team behind the system here. We've got Christian Younger as our streaming producer. We've got Mike over at Ox. He's manning that stream over there, just the nuts and bolts on the computer. Unfortunately, there's no commentary over there. And Jamie Miller, and when CCU is not at the table, trying to regain the championship, he's helping out at Empire. Appreciate the kind words, Renat, and I'll pass it along to our great team. We always like bringing great live snooker action to all of you, wherever you're tuning in from. And Renat will be at the Pan Ams. Mark your calendars, everybody. That championship starts on August 30th, runs all the way to September the 7th. And Renat definitely is one to watch in the Open Championship. I'm wondering, Renat, are you going to be playing in the senior side as well? Actually, well, seniors is 40 years and older, so Renat being the young age of 25. Probably won't be making that. Just kidding, Renat. But some good fun in Sacramento, Renat. Don't you worry about it. Meanwhile, big of a mistake there by Charlie on that last red. We'll see how well Prathamesh can recover or don't think he's run enough. Obviously, he can hit the pink, but he doesn't have the angle there. I want it to be higher on that. This yellow looks like it blocks the blue into the yellow pocket. And just get an update from our tournament director, Jamie Miller. Looks like our next TV match here at Empire Billiards, scheduled for 2:30, is going to be the Canadian here, Charlie Brown, taking on the owner of Empire Billiards, CCU. So that match could be a final, and we'll be seeing that at 2:30. So definitely tell your friends if they're not on the stream already. That's going to be an exciting one. Let's give him a nice shot at the double with that draw on the green. With these is just keep your head down. Listen for that pocket to drop when you're hitting a double. Oh, does he have the treble? Not going to be there, but that's prime example of what you want to do. If you look back, maybe scroll back in time on that stream, look what Charlie did. His head did not move at all as much as the double was coming into his field of view. But a lot of the time you see a lot of players when they have that double, as soon as they hit it, they're quickly turning around to see if it goes into that blind pocket that they can't see. And that just brings on some involuntary head movement, which you don't want. You want to be as still as a statue. As you can see with Prathamesh right here, just that back arm moving. I might just cut something in his eye there. Looks like he, taking that top red to the top right corner. He's going to kick around a couple of cushions, maybe even three, and be back into bulk. But he's looking just to play just an outright safety shot. He's got some decent weight, that's for sure. It's close to the bulk cushion, not tight. He would love it to be tight, but it's going to put Prathamesh in a bit of trouble as his bridge hand has to be cradling that bulk cushion. But there is a long red on here. Oh, that's gone from bad to really bad. As much as sometimes missing the red, yes, going in off, ooh, that hurts. Then just having a nice red out in the open here. Charlie has ball in hand in the D. And what's different from snooker than pool is you've got ball in hand, you can shoot both ways, forwards and backwards. So I believe in pool, you can only shoot down table. Charlie should be aware sometimes just a lot of players do jostle that cue ball with their cue sometimes when they have ball in hand. And we have seen a few times where some players just lapped in concentration. And if that tip of that cue hits that cue ball while they're just trying to move it around, that is a legal stroke. Oh. You just got to bite the bullet and just, move it with your hand. Don't leave anything to chance. Especially as it gets deeper into a tournament. Nerves get a little bit more heightened. It's a clever shot. He took his medicine. Yeah, the pink was going to be tough with the rest, and if he's missing it, he might be nicely on that red for his opponent. Now, green taking it on, he might have hooked himself after the green with the pink on this last red, so just tried to play the snooker. Didn't get it, but has put Prathamish in a bit of bother. Okay there. Where's this red going? Oh my goodness, can you believe that? I think he was just trying to do a nice escape with a three cushion escape. You know, three shoots down there, but clipped off the yellow and then hit the horn on the opposite middle pocket and ran straightly into the right middle bag. It's tough sometimes with these short matches. It's usually in a long frame match, the flukes kind of even out, but hopefully in the short ones they can as well, because that was quite a fluke there for Charlie. Now, can he capitalize on it? Certainly, it's a tough feeling sitting in your chair and your opponent gets a tremendous fluke and has left him with pretty much a great opportunity to get this initial frame to the good for them. The high value colors aren't on the spots. Let's need the pink as well. If he's able to make the brown and blue and falters on the pink, his opponent would just need the pink and black to force a black ball respot. My mistake, actually. Charlie actually just does need the brown and blue, so arithmetic goes off a little bit there. Always good to pop balls and stay at the table. I've never seen a snooker player win a match while sitting in their chair. Hurts. Points in it. There's 18 on the table. Does look like Big importance on this blue now. It's a very nice shot there by Prathamesh. Got Charlie in a snooker. The part is that for Charlie's, Prathamesh is not in a situation where he needs snooker, so Charlie just, can't hit his object ball. He's got to hit his object ball and make sure everything is safe. That will do all right. Wow, what a cut there by Prathamesh. Oh, is he fortunate? He's got somewhat of an angle on that pink. He's not in prime position, but wow. Seeing it all here, and it's only frame one. I think we knew at the onset it was going to go down to the wire. This is only the first frame, so whoever to take this one is going to be reeling with motivation to get the next. Wow, what a pink. These have been some shots here by Prathamesh. This black for frame one, best of three. Of the last three shots he had, it's probably the easiest. Does he have it? And it's there. Oh, watch out, white ball. Watch out, white ball. Oh my goodness, if you could believe it. Oh, this frame just had about everything there. Scratches on the black. And that forces a frame victory for Charlie. Wow. Can you believe it? What twists and turns are we going to see in frame two? We'll be right back in a few moments' time to see what happens. Stand by, everybody. Just broken off. And we're underway in the second frame. Prathamesh Sawant Taking on the lone Canadian, Charlie Brown, in this great Seattle Snooker Open of 2025. Live here at Empire Billiards. You can catch us on Empire Billiards Facebook page or go over to YouTube and check out Ox Billiards, as Ox Billiards channel has two streams going, one from Empire with commentary and the other from Ox without the commentary. And it's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you're tuning in. It's day one. A lot of group stage matches today. We'll come to a conclusion. The round robin phase tomorrow, maybe midday, and then into the afternoon we'll start the knockout phase leading up to Championship Sunday. Let's see if we have a new champion, or will Andy McCluskey retain the title? He had a tiebreak of 40 earlier today. As I've understood, that Charlie Brown has the high run of the tournament so far at 51. And that first frame pretty much had everything in there. As I always say, you got to have a mind of a goldfish. Prathamesh has got to just push it aside, live in the now, be present. Charlie trying to go for something there. He's a stroke of good luck. Might be a thin cut on that red to the left middle. Red in the open. Down at the business end all by its lonesome on the left-hand side. I don't think Prathamesh can get by the pink. Very nicely executed there. Always a danger with those roll-up shots that some players just hit a little short of pace, and if it doesn't hit that object ball, they leave their opponent with a free ball. And in some cases, they'll have to probably shoot again as they're in a snooker. Yeah, the definition of a free ball is obviously if you perform a shot and it is a foul shot, and the result of that shot you cannot see an object ball on, and a free ball is called. And in that case, you can nominate a color as your red. If you were on a color, you can obviously my mistake on touching ball. When you're on a touching ball on a color, you can nominate the one that you're touching or shoot away. And shoot away, or you can nominate a different color. So, always good to get a copy of the rules. You know, there's the traditional, obviously, order of play of hitting a red and then a color, a red and then a color, but to just scratch the surface and this game gets its claws into you, soon become hooked pretty quickly. It's always good to know when you go in these prestigious tournaments to know all the rules. Some of them have a small little caveats to make them personalized, as this tournament has a foul miss. There's 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. And then when we get to the colored balls, if more than two snookers are required, it's a concession. That just might be in the round robin phase. We do these concession rulings just to somewhat educate the newer players, as some might not know, some might think that the game is over, or the frame is over when all the balls are down in the pocket. But if if you have all the colors on the table, it's 27 points, and down by 60 points. That's a Herculean effort, and that's a lot of snookers you'll need. And most of the time, you'll see a player that is down will just tap on the table and nod in the concession. So I tried the smart move there. Obviously, we don't have a referee. The referee probably would let that green ball fall down in the pocket, but as Charlie was right there, he saw the green going in and he put his hand in the pocket. Charlie had touched that green while it was still on the bed of the table. It would be a 7-point foul. It could be a big miss there for Prathamesh. Don't know if he had to hit it at that pace. I guess maybe obviously doesn't on that red have the angle to get up for the blue. It's a bit lower on that red. A natural angle for the blue, but I think as well, I don't have the angle on it to hold for the pink as well. That's why he's electing for this red with the rest into the corner, and using the rest just makes it a little bit more difficult. Good opportunity here for Prathamesh. Just rolled just a bit too much, but does have this red, and there is a pathway for that black. Definitely looks like it to the top right corner. Some updates. Red one, Chahuri has defeated Jackie Wee, and John Poon has defeated Alex Newstead. Interesting. I don't know much of Jack, or John, I should say. Maybe I can take a look and see. Can get John maybe on the stream. So I was just really impressed by how Alex came out of the gate in this last televised match. Thought he could be kind of that dark horse. Nice little stun run through. Have a look. I don't know if the black spot is covered up. No, he doesn't have it either. Or maybe the result of the shot, the black would be covered up, and then unfortunately that's going to go up to the yellow spot. As we can see, that's uncovered. We thought about it a little bit there. This red by the cue ball shouldn't be too much trace of a thought in his head. It should nicely go into the left middle. I wonder if you're aware of that. Pink coming back has definitely spoiled the prize for that red to the right of it. Does have a red into the left middle. Bruce and Manny, thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate comments there on the Facebook stream. A good angle on the brown to come back down table. Really like to clean up those reds around the black. And Bethman's just coming around. I think he's got a nice angle on this pink. Just to gently roll it in and can slide his cue ball over to be on that red. It's on the top side of the black into the top right corner. Always playing a little bit more aggressive, a bit more pace, making that shot just that much more difficult. But he's got a nice angle again on this red, top right, can just stun up for the pink. He's got a 32 break so far in building, Prathamesh. Oh, but he can't convert on the pink. Broken down at 32. Charlie rebound here. So that red into the right middle. Angle takes him up for the blue, but he's got to go over a lot of balls, whereas he might just be able to stun this red and hold for the black. Not too bad if that black goes onto the pink spot. A nice angle. Both those reds will pass the black into the top right corner. Charlie just wanted to double check. Always got to make sure of everything. Even when you're down on the shot, you don't have to see it down. If something's off, something doesn't feel right, if that thought of doing your laundry comes in, get up, recompose yourself, because you want to be keeping your mind on snooker, not the day in and daily routines of life. He is fortunate that there's some reds in the bulk area. Seeing where he wants to come off that right cushion after this black. He's low and the natural angle is going to push him up towards that said cushion. Spun up a bit, maybe just in his Q-tip just a little bit lower on the cue ball. Increases the possibility of failure, as you have to be so precise when you're putting top and draw. You hit lane center ball, there can be a little bit of forgiveness. But Charlie's surely not out of it. He's got just trailing by 22 points. A nasty bit of business right there, that red along that cushion. Try this red that is just above the white and take it into the yellow pocket. It's a game of millimeters, just a fraction off. Look where you had been sitting for that black. So he's opened the door for Prathamish. It's a long red. Upwards of 10, 11 feet that Prathamish is going to have to travel. How was his fortunes? That's close. That's real close. Great long red. It's a thin blue into the right middle, and it is possible that he might cannon in just. Problem is if he cans in, which one is he going to, and what's going to be the result of that? You know, if you had this blue a little bit more thicker, you would have been quite happy with that, as you can control the cue ball a lot better. So I think let's make the cue ball move around quite quickly. No, not his worst shot, not his best shots. I'd have a double here with this red into the right middle. It's just below the yellow. Very nicely done. Just creeped a little bit at the end of that shot. To take a look. Was a delayed turn. Wasn't a quick hit the cue ball and turn. See if it's going in that middle pocket. Oh. Just a run of bad fortune there. I'll just rattle my jaws, Howard. These are tricky. They look definitely very easy on your TV screen. Obviously, Charlie's got to have some strange bridging right there, going over the black. This is tough. It's there. Well done. Gonna have an angle here on this black to disturb this red that's on the left cushion. Kenny Ash tuning in. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing it on Pool Hall TV. Much appreciated. Yeah, if you like the stream, feel free to share it. Feel free to subscribe. Doc's Billiards, they put a lot of great Q Sport events on in the Pacific Northwest. And he didn't get the cannon on that red, but he's very nicely on the other red. Once again, thank you, Kenny, for those kind words. Kenny Ash tuning in. Not sure where you're chiming in from, Kenny, but glad that you found us here. It's day one of the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open. David Burney's in the booth, walking you through this great action. Charlie Brown, the lone Canadian in this event. It is open to anyone, pretty sure, that has amateur status. See, all these players are amateurs. Kenny's in San Jose, the land of the Sharks, the great San Jose Sharks. I was down there, not this past February, but a few Februaries ago at the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association Academy for a Q Tour event. So really enjoyed the time in San Jose. A nice little city, and unfortunately the Sharks were away. As was be interested to check out the Shark Den, but hopefully next time. There's a lot more great snooker tournaments popping up more and more. We're happy that you're all enjoying the stream. It does take a great team, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to build the whole thing. I know we have a lot of great players, and we all enjoy playing the game. And they won't have big prize pots, but well, there's some great people behind the scenes, like referees and scorekeepers and streaming producers and tournament directors, commentators. And I think they deserve a little bit of the pie as well. Obviously, this helps with sponsorship, having these events. It does get some traction once the numbers get up there, and company XYZ can at least take a look and be like, hey, this snooker stuff is getting a lot of people watching. Maybe I'll put my potato chips up there and can get some new customers. Well, it's a little awkward here for Charlie putting the bridge on the cushion. You don't see that too much. It's just in between, but when you're down on the shot, all focus. It's a 20-point advantage for Prathamesh right now in the second frame. Well, it was definitely a topsy-turvy, wild affair in the first one, and I think we might be in store for just the same in this second frame. He's going for the gusto there. Left a long pot on there for Charlie. It's a deep one. Taking this red into the green pocket. A little annoyance that Charlie has to deal with as his bridge hand will be on the cushion of the table, not flat right onto the bed of the table, which is ideal. As you can see, strange bridging he has in the bottom left corner of your screen. Where's this one going to end up? Oh, a few, well, maybe 10 more rotations and Charlie would be in Nirvana as that red would have dropped. Maybe 5 rotations, it would have just sat over the pocket and been an easy starter. This one has just a bit out. It's not a straight in shot. Prathama should be able to make this. He's a very skilled player. Now, does he go for the black into the left middle? Gently roll it in and still have the pathway for a long yellow. Does he just tap that black just a little on the left side and get a snooker on the yellow with the pink blocking the path? That's probably what he's debating right now. But when he's down on the shot, whatever he chooses, he's got to be into it full-blooded. I'm a bit fortunate that green is rather a little bit safe if he is to falter. Well, the big thing with the black, that is his frame ball. If he is to pot it, that will leave Charlie needing at least one snooker. Well, he might have the snooker here with the brown. Kind of elected to push that black a little safe. Rathamish was going for that one. Where are these balls going to end up? Always the tough part when you really hit it with pace. The balls will be spinning around. As much as it's a 6 foot by 12 table, and the openings on these pockets might be about 3¼ inch, maybe 3½ an inch. More often than not, a non-offending ball can find the bottom of the pocket, giving you a foul and your opponent some well-needed penalty points. I would have liked just a few more rolls, just a couple more millimeters. I think Prathamish can get, yeah, he's going to have to do a little swerve here. Now, interesting, you see a little jump there. Right to the swerve shot. It's definitely a legal shot, but when you jump your cue ball over ball. That is actually illegal in the game of snooker. A valiant shot that you need for an 8-ball and 9-ball. As you can see, a lot of those players break out the jump cues. They got break cues. A lot of cues in the pool game, but most of the time it's a one-stop shop for a snooker player. They get that one cue, and a lot of them usually have it for life. The great Ken Doherty of Ireland, 1997 world champion, still has the same cue he bought many, many years ago. He picked it off the rack, enjoyed it very much. Asked how much it was going to cost. And the gentleman said it was £5. So Ken went home and begged his mum and asked for the money. She finally gave over to her young son. And then Ken returned to the room and said, actually, Mom only gave me a couple of pounds. So it's very nice that the room owner, great safety shot there by Prathamesh. To conclude that story, the owner did sell it for £2, and one of Ken's greatest investments, obviously Stephen Hendry as well, had a Rex Williams cue that he bought for £40 when he was a youngster, and he won 7 world championships with it. And then unfortunately he had a tournament when he went overseas, and his cue actually became destroyed. The air traffic guys and gals weren't favorable to it. Well, that cue was destroyed, and he had to find a new one, and unfortunately has not found another world championship title. Stephen is long retired, and I'm pretty sure he's quite happy with his 7, although probably gets a little nervy when Ronnie O'Sullivan is getting close to the 8th, as both of those fine players are tied at 7 world championships apiece. We got 3 players here that would like to at least get 2 Seattle Snooker Open Championships. CCU won the first one, Varun Juneja the second, and last year's winner, Andy McCluskey, all in the hunt here. Hello, Tyler A. Thanks for tuning in. I think I just answered your question about who won the Seattle Open last year. That was Andy McCluskey. Andy McCluskey's doing a lot of great things with AMC Sports. Actually come latter part of October, running from the 22nd to the 27th, the Nina Open will be on over there in Ireland. And yes, yours truly, David Burney, will be over there providing commentary. Christian Younger's great streamer, producer, and co-commentator will be going over there as well. Andy and his team going to have some great fun. And I actually as well hearing that Desalava Basilova will be the head referee. We had 22 players this year, Tyler. He was asking how many players were in the field. 22 great competitors. It is great to... Ooh, did Charlie get a nice flick? He didn't. Almost flicked that yellow off the blue. But just going back to that point, it's a bit tricky. It's great to see that these tournaments are starting up in the summer, but I just wonder how it would fare possibly maybe being in the autumn or the fall or the winter months. Just, we know this is a predominantly an indoor game, and especially up here in the Pacific Northwest, where pretty much for 10 months of the year, it's real nasty business, a lot of rain, a lot of gray. It's perfect weather to be indoors. Looks like it could be a free ball here for Charlie, or he might put him back. Oh, might be just why there's a little decline, because for those small 2 months of the year, that sun comes out, and these Evergreen State people love to get out in the sunshine, get on the ocean, get on the lake, soak up that vitamin D. Here's a second attempt here for Prathamesh. He's to falter here. He'll get one more. I'd appreciate those comments and questions, Tyler A. Any questions out there, feel free to shoot them our way. You know, in snooker, the game is relatively new in America. So as you can see, we have only the color balls left on the table, as the frame usually starts with 15 reds. Those reds have now gone to bed. And with 17 points in it, as Prathamesh leads 45 to 28. 27 points remain on the table with the color balls. And there is an order for all you new viewers to the game. They must pot the yellow first, followed by the green, then brown, blue, pink, and if needed, the black. Excuse me. I don't think he hit that there. So just seen maybe just a few blunders by Prathamesh. When he's got a ball on, he's trying to just be so thin and just missing it. We saw that on the yellow in his previous shot. And in the previous frame, we saw it on a red that he had, and a couple of kisses there. Definitely not a clean runaway for either player to run out the table. It's going to take some doing. Very nicely played. Great snooker there. It was going to be a tough yellow into that right middle. Charlie's kind of found out a little bit of maybe one little weakness of Prathamesh, that he struggles just a little bit with getting out of snookers. And of all facets of the game, you got to have power shots, you got to have finesse shots, you got to be able to score heavily, break build, play some telling snookers, and then as well get out of those snookers. This might be a free ball as well. Oh, can you believe it? That was a great opportunity trying to take that brown as his free ball. Fortunately enough, he's just hit in such a fashion that that brown has just found home covering that pocket for the yellow. It's a safe shot there by Prathamesh. He didn't get the snooker, but just a bit strong on pace there. Just would have loved it to pull up a little bit. It's all safe, but would have loved the snooker is one kink in the Prathamesh armor I'm seeing. Was a little dangerous. Nice area around those earth colors down there, brown and green. So again, Prathamesh in a bit of trouble here. Might go, he's going to try one cushion with some side. So there's one cushion goes straight on or two cushions. That's a nice clip, but it's pacey. Oh, he's very fortunate he had a little bit of side on it that it just came off that cushion and came into the brown to deaden the pace. I thought that was going to fly down the table and be on the green and have a little bit more closer of a pot for Charlie. It's on, but there's a lot of distance for sure. They're a little unhappy. It's not a smile of happiness. Just rolled on just a bit much. And I think the potting angle is there for this yellow. Great long pot there. Just extends his point lead to 11 points in the second frame. He almost won this match. Unfortunately, he went in off on the last black. Oh, that's a great green. Not often you see doubles into the corner. Usually the middle pockets are where you see the predominant amount of doubles. They're just so much more forgiving with that kind of open look as the corners are a bit close-minded. He's the brown and the blue, Brathmish does. Extremely difficult pot going into the top right corner. Even more difficult, probably pretty much impossible for the right middle. Oh, where's that cue ball headed? Oh, could you believe that? The valiant effort. It was a tough brown. Draw back right into that pocket. Just don't know why I needed to draw back though. If he's to make it, blue is still in a tough spot. And electing to put his opponent back in, Charlie is. Don't know how to try on the other side. But I think it's not coming to his rescue, but it is nice and safe. Charlie just wants to keep his cue ball up where the brown is and shoot this brown down to the top end of the table. Is he baiting Prathamesh into taking on a long pot? It's a great yellow that Prathamesh hit from distance a few moments ago. He rekindled the glory here on the brown. The blue blocks the angle for the three cushions into the right middle for this brown. Playing a little bit maybe with house money, having a one frame advantage in this best of three. Sure, Charlie would like to get this frame and match done and dusted, but left the brown just sitting there. Prathamesh does need brown and blue to get us into the snooker's required stage. At that point, Charlie would only need one snooker, the 6-point snooker, and then run the pink and the black to force a black ball respot. So many forks in the road right now. Not sure which path we're going to be going down. But for sure, I think that this brown is definitely going to find home in the bottom of the pocket. It's got rather tight to the cushion. That just Queuing a little bit more difficult as you don't have a lot of the cue ball to see. You're hitting on the top. A lot of risk that you put on some unwanted side. Wow, very nice blue there. Now can I get one of those long pot savant shots? Black's not in a bad spot for a snooker. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie came back to the table if Prathamesh has missed this long pink for frame. Was a little vicious there. A lot of things moving on that shot for Prathamesh. No danger came about. That black ball's now kind of in the same kind of position as it was on the bottom of the screen, now on the top of the screen, just off the cushion a little bit. You don't want to have too many opportunities for Charlie. The great Canadian player once said, the key to this game, patience. That was Tom Finstead. Patience, just, keep that distance between object and object ball and cue ball. At some point, your opportunity might present itself and you got to be ready to pounce. No, didn't disturb the black at all. Just create some distance here for Charlie between that pink and a cue ball. Oh, what an opportunity. Nice try there by Charlie. And I was like, ooh, that's going to be a tough snooker for him to get, but he really gave it a good old college try. And he has left the pink safe as well. Oh, that's all right there for Charlie, almost winning off on that, but That's a concession there. So Prathamesh Sawant ties this match up, one frame apiece. We're going to step aside for a few short moments and come back with an exciting decider between Prathamesh and Charlie Brown from Canada. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open deciding frame with Prathamesh Sawant breaking off from America, taking on Charlie Brown, the lone bearer of the maple leaf in this tournament. David Burney's in the booth. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're in many places. If you check out Facebook and Empire Billiards page, you should see the feed there as well. If you're not on the Facebook, catch us over there on YouTube under Ox Billiards. Ox Billiards has two channels, so just make sure you get the right one. There's an Empire Billiards stream and an Ox Billiards stream, as both venues are providing a venue for this great tournament this year. Obviously, Ox will be helping out with the group stage, and then the knockout phase will be coming, or part of the knockout phase will be at Ox. The finals will be here at Empire. If our good friend Michael Packman is still tuning in, he's over there in England, getting into a Friday night for him. Appreciate your viewership, Michael, and always, always great seeing you and Lucy in Sheffield. And if you're a fan of snooker, you got to make it over to Sheffield for that World Championship. Obviously, the lease runs out in 2027 at the Crucible. I think that might be renewed. There's a lot of talk it might be renewed for just a few years while they kind of think about a venue. But certainly with the Chinese player winning last year's World Championship, that has done great things for the sport, really made it global. So really can on that blue, but he's okay. Push the blue safe. Oh, our good friend Gary Spence is tuning in. How you doing, Gary? Great to hear that you're tuning in. Hopefully you've been having a good summer. Hope all is well. If you need a policeman in the room, there's no better than Gary Spence. As well, when he sprinkles in some color commentary in the booth, his knowledge and expertise is top notch. Yeah, we could be in for quite a frame here. These deciding frames, even though it's a best of 3 round robin match, they do kind of clamp up a little bit. We'll see players going for as much, and just Charlie, as we can see, a player at the top of the screen is at the table, so he'll just wait for that player to take his turn. Great etiquette there, demonstrated by Mr. Brown. Our next match on this TV table will be actually Charlie Brown again taking on the 2022 Seattle Snooker Open champion CCU. Oh, it's a nice long pot there by Prathamish. Like to have been a bit lower on the that green, just have the natural angle to come back down the table. So it's really gonna have to power through this with some top. Rasmus is quite fortunate with that Ayrton green there. I think really hasn't given it really open here for Charlie, as one red's blocking another. You know, those 2 reds just below the red near the pink spots, no plant there, and then the black has blocked the potting path for that red that's just left of the pink. Great to hear that you're doing well, Gary. Yeah, things are going all right. Just kind of busy planning things as the summer kind of gets to the tail end. That means it's time for snooker up in the Vancouver area in Canada. So just planning and mapping out some things. Nice red with the rest. Back nicely. He's got the pink into the right middle. Looks like it's going to be coming onto the black spot. Oh, no, looks like there is. Nope. It's fortunate if he has that black into the right middle. He knows his abilities better than I do. Take that red instead and himself nicely onto the pink. So you see most players at that time, they're just doing a mapping out, just kind of planning, 3 shots ahead. But now down, all concentration must be on the pink. Oh, unbelievable. Needed that Mount St. Helens to erupt again to give the earth a little shake and get that pink to drop in. Yeah, can Rathamish capitalize. Just seems got to navigate through some reds, taking this red into the top left corner. I don't know. I kind of like the red that's just above his bridge hand into the top right. Yeah, I wonder if he saw it. So Charlie's got to break out the redwoods here. He's going to be for one of those telescopic extensions that have the little suction cup on the end, as you can see there, that little hole that they can slide into their cue. See, Charlie's been around the game for numerous years, and when he bought his cue, there wasn't as many of the extra tools that now the players carry, as in the mini button, the telescopic extensions that are tailor-made for their own cue. Now, even way back when they didn't have that piece of equipment that Charlie was using there, they'd have to use the house long cue and rest. That's always tough because you're just using